Fixerbot says. Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes. T minus 4 minutes.
morning! Not like 1 second late. I run from my other job. Make lunch for the kids. And then we start the studying to get a more fun job. Well, those jobs that I can do from home, because, yeah, you know, with the kids home. I have some yogurt and I have some roast beef and cheese sandwiches. So I'm thinking we'll just continue where we were at. So let's do a TTS test.
Fix-It says.
Test.
Meaning this is not working. Let's see if this one has power.
Testing.
Maybe there's another reason why I didn't connect then. This one should definitely have power, so I didn't charge the other one since yesterday. And they had 1040 or something, I think, hours of work there. So now we should have, yeah. So another the same message. Yeah, so now it's no echo and I'm in my ear. Good. Let's start. Let's get my notes open too. And we have a new version, so we'll see. No translucent windows. Not that I would use it. Let's do. I think I kind of did everything. Yeah, and today's Thursday, so I shouldn't be too long. I shouldn't stream for like 10 hours. Let me just move my OBS over to the screen. And these are the notes we have on John so far. We have all the formats here. We used this last time. Well, last time was yesterday, so we have the formats. We have examples that we run yesterday, ending with the NT Windows one. Format NT. Yeah, we read a lot about the different formats and tried and tested, and we used a Google, a search page. My God, now even any kind of search, I call it Google. This is not Google. And this was also available as a Python script, and we have the link to that. I guess it would be in here. No, this is not the one that was as a Python script. It was a different thing. So, but we also have the decrypt hashes here. We tried it and it works. And I'm a bit sweaty because I run up the stairs. And it always gets a bit hot with the lights. Even if it's LEDs, you know, there's some heat. So let's start with downloading these files, which is just one hash. Oh, right. When it's Thursday, I have Epic Games pop up, because there's always free games, you know. So now these are free. For 3 more hours. Then there's something else. So I better click these. But isn't that a free game already? It's a repeat one, because I already have it in my library. I never had time to play games, so I never spend any money on games, but if they're free, I can save them for when I have time, which I hopefully will have some time. I just don't love it that much. Playing games, this is more fun. This was interesting. That wasn't a free one? Oh, this is a free one. This is a free one. Oh, let's just do this quickly. Just click on the get. And click on place order. Done. In case you don't get their free games, you know, there's something every week, and then like Christmas, there's one every day. So why not? Because I might have time or want to play sometime. So the window was just black after that. We'll see. I'll just finish one more sandwich and then I'll get started reading. I also click the same for my kids, so that's what I'm doing. One kid fixed. Oh, right. Roast beef. So I'm just doing it for my other kid, and I thought, why not doing it in another browser, and it can be allowed to save that login, so I don't have to keep doing it. I will see. I have to remember his email. Oh my goodness. Well, too many things at one time, right? a bit slow actually. Let's see now. Complicated passwords. Of course. I had to confirm with this mail too. Two-factor, of course. You're making life harder for yourself, but maybe it's worth it. There. Saving the other 200 is a bit. Well, that's more than enough for me. Two-factor signing code. Two seconds and I'm done. Place order, agree. You already owned it. Okay, so yeah, I think his dad, and he actually played it, I think, but I didn't know for certain, so I wanted to check. So I'll actually leave those for after, so I don't have to do this. Do it every second week, you know. Then let's get started. What lost time yesterday? We started this one. We did some other things, and then we started this. And it's very explains everything. This one, so it's easy. I just wanted to show something. It even explains that when you type John, yeah, it invokes a John the Ripper program. So it really explains everything. So we learned about wicked list formats, and we tested several hashes here, and we had to set the type, yeah. And then we searched in our list there the formats one here, so we knew exactly, like for MD5, if we show all of them, we see that there's one called raw MD5, and that's the one that we had, and it explained that that's the one we were supposed to use here too. With the simple ones you need to prefix it with a raw, with a standard hash type, and like the whirlpool one, it didn't have any raw one. It kind of doesn't sound standard too. Then we got the Windows one, and we read about anti-hash and anti-LM. Previous version was called LM, and now it's NT, so that's why it's NT-LM. And then cause with the NT, I actually talked about this as new technology. I thought it was network technology, and then this was actually here, and even the wiki link that we were into before we read that was kind of funny. Whatever, we did this one too, and it worked. So this is where we're at. So cracking its shadow hashes, and we downloaded the file. So let's see If I click this, it should just open in Notepad, right? So this is everything I managed to recover from the target machine before my computer crashed. See if you can crack the hash so we can get it. We can at least salvage a password to try to get it back. So this is what we have then. Sorry, I have food in my teeth. Yeah, I was thinking we're using word wrap. There. The etc shadow file, or people keep saying Etsy, I think that sounds funny. File is a file on Linux machine where password hashes are stored. It also stores other information such as the date, the last password change, and password expiration information. It contains the entry per line for each user or account of the system. This file usually is only accessible by the root user. So in order to get your hands on the hashes, you must have sufficient privileges. But if you do, there's a chance that you will be able to crack some of the hashes. Unshadowing. Jan can be very particular about the formats. It needs data in, to be able to work with it. For this reason, in order to crack its password, its shadow passwords, my brain kind of read before I even saw the letters and it was wrong. You must combine it with its password file in order for Jan to understand the data it's been given. To do this, we use a tool built into the Jan suite of tools called Unshadow. The basic syntax of Unshadow is as follows. Unshadow, and this is the same, path to password, path to shadow. So we need both files there. And that's why we had this information. I was thinking that it looked a bit funny. So this is actually from the password file. And this is the shadow file. So maybe we need to make two files there. Notes on the files. When using Unshadow, you can either use entire or you can retrieve relevant line from them. Okay. Oh, they are here, so we do not need the file. Let's just confirm that it looks like it's complete and everything is the same. No, it's not the same, so we need the file. By the way, let's start the VM while we're reading. So we have Kali available. Starting it on my right screen. So cracking. We're then able to feed the output, but by the way, you can use either the entire or you can use a relevant line, but they still need to be in files, because that's what I was thinking. They just pointed at a file line in a file, then we could have them in the same file and point at different lines. But that's doesn't look like what they said. So time to log into Kali. Right, I didn't have Obsidian open, meaning I did not do my checklist. I kinda hurried. So let's see if we can switch screens. No, it's not connected yet. I just started my phone that I switch stuff with. No, probably. Yeah. So let's just first, I mean, you can just as well look at what I'm doing instead of just staring at a empty screen almost, or it's just a few lines of text. So try hack me VPN. There. And I guess we'll only need the terminal for this. Let's get started with going to the TSM directory. And I think, yeah, hashes. And here we have the ones we used before. So now we have we're going to create a, oh my god, it itches on my back. So let's call the first file etc password like 1, or just call it this, so we know what this is supposed to be. And then we go to the text file. I'll just move it over to the other screen here. So let's paste that. Let's just have a new line. So this is our fake, it's password, and then we have to say shadow. Let's paste the longer line there. And it's there, it's just, it looks funny sometimes in Nano. There, so we have the files. So now we just need to, if we do John here now, we'll have the last one we did. So it did switch, right? Because it was so quick I couldn't see it. Let's close that. We're done with that. We could actually delete it at once. This is me downloading my own videos from Twitch. And it's much slower than other things. Oh, I haven't restarted this apparently. Oh, let's just erase files. So there. We had the syntax over here. But we had an example here, which is better. This would have been enough. We were able to feed the output from unshadow in our example called unshadowed.txt directly to John. We should not need to specify a mode here, as we have made the input specifically for John. However, in some case you need to specify the format, as we have done previously using format, SHA-FOR and 12 crypt. And the only thing I'm thinking here now, because it told us to use unshadow, and now the example is John. So should we assume they just made an error? You know? Weren't we supposed to use unshadow? Or is the thing that it's all in John now and this information is old? Well, let's try first what they actually tell us to do. To try and do that. So, I'm just clicking there. So this is the file name of the other. Right, before we do anything, let's just ls this so we just have a fresh list. I like lsing stuff. We can see all of the files there. Nice, simply. So if we type on shadow just to do it, it is there. It kind of feels like this is what we're supposed to use, right? Let's look at unshadow, and it's 2 files. Alright, so unshadow will make some special format for Jean to use. Is that it? Maybe I just wasn't reading. I was thinking like, oh, whatever, skip. It didn't say, I think. You must combine it for John to understand the data. Whatever. Let's try it instead. That's much quicker. And it's still not all the information. So now, let's do unshadow and just say what it says. It wants the EDCP password and EDC shadow. So if we do this, we get a new one. And here we have information that I don't think was in the file. I'm thinking, should I catch shadow? Or don't I want to like have too much stuff in here? So what is different? Yeah, look at the end here. It combined them. Okay. So this is the combined. So we will need when we when we use this, we will have to redirect it to a new one, like etc combined. Very scientific name. Not. So now I assume that we will use John with our etc combined and change the format to SHA 512 crypt. There, so John format. The only difference between what we have and what they have is that they have the word list at the first spot and format second, and then the text file name, which we don't call text. We just have it there. I need to click there too. Now we're on this. So let's just run this, and the password is a marvelous password of 1234. Let's actually make a file in our notes, because I have not used unshadow before. It's new to me. So we actually need to make a note. This should be in cracking brute force. Maybe I should split these up, but everything is so, and also this is just mostly encoding left in this, because I had it both in there. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just do cracking brute force encoding, but encoding kind of is not the same. But it's lots of sites, links I have and things work for both encoding and cracking hashes and stuff, or making hashes mostly, I guess. So let's make the new note, and we already have here, we have John, we have GPG to John, we have, I'm sure, zip to John, SSH to John. Where's the zip one? it's at the very bottom. So this one is supposed to be unshadow. And then I'm going to type used to combine etc. Well, let's use the full name. Pass and shadow. For use with John. There. And what we did, so let's first just there, let's copy it all in here, what we did, and also the help later. I'm just selecting all the lines for now. The help was like almost nothing. So this is the example. And I'm doing examples since I'm thinking that there might be other ones. Oh, that's ugly. Let's delete that first. I don't think that will change it now, but this is yeah, that's what we did. That's also part of the example, of course. So what I was looking for was a help one. So and this is the second time we did it, because we wanted to know, maybe all of this is like the example. So we combined these, we'll unshadow, and then we're showing how we used it with John. So we have the complete process there. And I wanted the help too. Even if it's just one line. So, tiniest help ever. Though I guess you don't need more than that. Compared to the help for Hashcat, that was kind of interesting. Usually I put like common commands there too. Let's go for it. I actually did a capital yesterday. Started typing it from scratch again. So this is the actual example here. So whatever, this is all we have so far. If we use it again, which we will, I guess, we can just put it there. So if we look at John again, or let's just compare to the help for Hashcat. It's kinda longer there. Kinda much longer. So so for John, we have a kind of reasonable help size. But the format bit was what's interesting here more. Why did these expand? Don't stay. 'Cause they usually stay? No. Not today. Whatever. So, let's go back to our right screen and just see if we had anything else. I think we had everything we wanted here. Right, we'll probably need to copy this somewhere. So let's go back to the TryHackMe page and paste the root password, and we'll just continue with the next one because it wasn't anything complicated. So single crack mode, another file. Ooh, I'll just copy this. So far we've been using John's word list mode to deal with brute forcing simple and not so simple hashes. But John also has another mode called single crack. In this mode, John uses only the information provided in the username to try and work out possible passwords heuristically by slightly changing the letters and numbers contained within the username. Okay. Word mangling. The best way to show what single crack mode is what a word mangling is to actually go to an example. If we take the username Marcus, some possible password would be, well, all of those. This technique is called word mangling. John is building his own dictionary based on information that it has been fed, and uses a set of rules called mangling rules, which define how it can mutate the word it started with to generate a word list based off of relevant factors for the target you're trying to crack. How many words to explain such a simple thing? This is exploiting how poor passwords can be based off of information about the username or the service they're logging into. Geesos. John's implementation of word mangling also features capability with the Geesos field in the Unix operating system and other Unix-like operating systems like Linux. So what are is it Geekos or Geesos? Geekos. Since it was capital letters, now they don't use capitals. Remember in the last task where we were looking at the entries of both shadow and password? Well, if you look closely, you can see at each field separated by a colon. Each one of the fields that these records are split into, okay, are called Geekos fields. I've never heard a name for them. John can take information stored in those records, such as the file name and home directory name, to add to the list, to the word list it generates when cracking shadow hashes with single crack mode. Using single crack mode. To use single crack mode, we use roughly the same syntax that we used so far. For example, if we wanted to crack the password of the user named Mike using single mode, we'd use John single format path. Single, this flag lets John know that we want to use single hash cracking mode. Yeah, and then an example of that. Oh. I'm thinking maybe we should add this to the John notes too. And we didn't copy any of these, so let's have one of these down here as an example too. And this one, use single, what on earth did they even call it? Single mode, I guess. Single crack mode. I think I should eat my food, so I have the energy. And they don't get more dry. How long has it been? 40 minutes. She said you're so starting to be dry. Let's create the file. And that was a single example, so let's call it single. No, I basically copied something else afterwards. I copied the file contents first. So now we have a file. So what we did before with the hashes to find the type was to use this web page. So let's do that again.
Klingon says,
Hello, how's it going?
Hi Klingon, welcome in. We're just about to try the single cracking mode of John. And John is used for cracking stuff if you like passwords, if you didn't know. But I have to get some energy too. It's lunchtime.
Evie says, hi, hello, all okay?
Yeah, all okay. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, so I'm just taking a few bites of a sandwich.
Enjoy.
So now let's continue here. The use is just single, the format, and the file. And the file they had was called, well, this. I guess they update these sometimes. Why wouldn't they have them just in here otherwise? And we identified it as MD5 here. with this tool. So, and I think I added the tools here. Yeah. So hash type identifier. My list was going too long. Maybe I should have had the names of the others still there. Anyway, let's continue. So if we type this here, we created the file here, and we know that the type is MD5. So if we just do, well, the same thing as before, this is called single, if I can spell it right. And we were not supposed to use a list now, no word list. I should have just typed it all, because it's nothing left. MD5, and instead of the word list, now we do single, and it's going to use the information in here, I guess. But what information? Well, let's go back to the left side and continue reading. So it will use the information that it has. Let's assume that this password is from a user called Joker, and so we're going to add that to the file then. I don't know which is easier, to open a new tab, and I did it in my browser instead of this. So if we nano single, because it should be in the same single, not dingle, we'll just add the name and with a colon, and it will use variations of this name as the list when it tries cracking it. So so now we can run this one. Okay. Let's continue reading. Maybe I just skipped ahead. So format. Of course, we have a new format now. So let's use the format it says.
Fixerbot says. New follower Boo GR33D0. Less than 3.
Welcome. Boogredo? Is that right? Welcome in. So let's just copy this and use it instead of MD5, because it's probably not that then, even if the program said using default input encoding, no password hash is loaded. So this is definitely the wrong syntax. Because it's exactly their example usage. They have John.
Greedo says.
Single
Thanks,
format.
love the big avatar that pops up. Cool.
Cool. Good that you like. Thank you. So format raw shell single, and if you want to set your voice for the new people, you can just do let's see, if I do !TTS, then you have a link where you can configure both the voice and how your name is read. So in case you have like numbers instead of letters and things, maybe it reads it funny. You can fix that. So let's see here. We have exactly this format, and except for the file name, it's all the same. If you're cracking hashes in single crack mode, you need to change the file format that you're feeding John for it to understand what data to create a word list from. You do this by prepending a hash with the username that the hash belongs to. So according to the above example, we would change the file hashes txt from this to this. Practical. Now you're familiar with the syntax, and we tried this actually. So anyone with suggestions? We just got some facts. It will be something like this. It talked about password and shadow files. Food stuck in my teeth. There. Yeah, so we have used exactly this now. So what if we here, if we copy this again and paste it here, but start with Joker, and we ask it to identify, then it can't. It said this was MD5, and this is the contents of this file. So what we added was a Joker text there, as it says, though I did capital J because they use that. It's probably Joker with some kind of weird variation there. But what we want to learn is to how to make John find it. So let's actually get John's help in our notes. Let's see what we can find on single. Using default or name the rules. Yeah, we can set what rules here to use. Okay. So only using single will use default rule, I assume. And then we have the format one. Oh, we had MD5 a bit ago. But recently, that's not what we used, right? For the last one, we did this with show encrypt. The show crypt. Will it assume that we just keep this and doesn't change anything? Oh. I just tried to switching it, but what I think is right is probably this one, since this is what they suggested. So let's cat single. Did I actually do something wrong? Apparently, right? Because there's no such file. Yeah, there is such a file. And it has this content. So, if we nano the file again, and make this a lowercase j, I don't know why I would care, but... And also, maybe we should have like we had 2 new lines afterwards. We can just remove both of them. Let's have 1. That's kind of feeling normal, right? And if we run it again, it still says no password hash is loaded. So why? I should eat my last sandwich before it's all cold. We had double dashes. We have exactly this except for the file name. Let's add this one. So I'm not thinking it feels definitely like a format issue, and I know that this is not all new. So let's just Google John single. My God, we're getting names. Single crack mode. So let's just scroll down to where we have some. Maybe this is a good thing to read, actually. So, let's see now. So now we have more information, and this confirms just that it changes like the case of the letters and things like that. Use a format flag to specify the hash type. And since we don't really know that, we don't have any information more than the hash, since it's an example. We would have known more if we would have known more, you know. Well, let's assume it's MD5, which is what we got. I think we tried this, but now we have two names. Okay, so I just forgot to type raw. Okay. Don't type exactly what it says. So that MD5 needs a raw one. That's what I forgot. Okay, let's look at this one anyway. By the way, maybe that's not a problem, because it only says one. There was 2 lines now. So maybe there's some kind of formatting problem anyway. Let's edit the file. I want to find what was the problem. That's the last character now. So, it's a format problem. It wasn't me mistyping. So if we go back to the file and we put some more lines here and we try it again. Okay, so it's already got the password for that one, I'm assuming. So a few new lines is what we need. No, it said no passwords left to crack. So I just didn't read the message. Okay. But I'm thinking, why didn't it give us the other password? Wasn't it MD5? Or was it just like a fake one? Wrong red icon. So we have this one. I added this one to the file. Whatever. It's Joker with an E. The E is a 3. There. So let's add this to our examples in notes. For John. Now let's minimize this so we don't have to scroll. Let's add an example here. I am a bit tired. This is like my lunch break. But I will stream longer than lunch break time. Apparently, since it's... How did it pass an hour already? So this is the single code. What did you call it? Single crack mode. So we're going to the next one next, but I want to make sure that I have it right. So single crack mode. Yep. Oops. Oh, never seen that menu before. New things just appearing. So, custom rules. As we journeyed through the exploration of what John can do in single crack mode, you may have some ideas about what some good mangling patterns would be, or what pattern your passwords often use. That could be replicated with a certain mangling pattern. The good news is that you can define your own set of rules, which you will use to dynamically generate passwords. This is especially useful if you know more information about the password signature or whatever your target is. Sorry for reading badly today. Common custom rules. Many organizations will require a certain level of password complexity to try and combat dictionary attacks, meaning that if you create an account somewhere, you create a password and enter. I'm thinking I will TTS, because maybe I'm more tired from yesterday than I thought. I don't know. I feel like I'm stumbling over words that I usually don't do. We'll see. I'll try a bit more. So, create a password and enter polo password. Yeah, join the Discord. You may receive a prompt telling you that password had to contain certain things. This is good. However, we can exploit the fact that most users will be predictable in the location of these symbols. For a certain criteria, many users will use something like this. A password with a capital letter first and a number followed by a symbol at the end. This pattern is familiar. Password appended and prepended by modifiers such as capital letter or symbols. It's a memorable pattern that people use and reuse when they create passwords. This pattern can let us exploit passwords complexity. I'm like, oh, there was a message? No, it was just a bot. Boring. People talk a bit. I don't mind being distracted now. This pattern can let us exploit password complexity, predictability. Now, this does meet the password complexity requirements. However, as an attacker, we can exploit the fact that we know likely possession of these added elements to create dynamic passwords from our world list. Okay. So we think they will do that all the time. Custom rules are defined in JonConf file, usually located in its JonConf, of course. If you install John using a package manager or build from source with make, and if you're on the attack box. So they couldn't put it in the same place for simplicity then. Let's go over the syntax of these custom rules using example above as our target pattern. Note that there is a massive level of granular control that you can define in these rules. I would suggest taking a look on the wiki here in order to get a full view of the types of modifier you can use, as well as more example of rule implementations. So I'm not thinking we will really look at this, but I want this in my notes. I've also in another room done this already, so, and I'm sure it is in the same path. Whatever. Yeah, you see I have notes on this, so more rules there. I'm not sure if I'm redoing this. I might have reset this one and redo it. I don't know. Which means I should do it again, right? I only have candy since Easter, you know. I usually never have candy. But I thought I think I need a bit more energy than the sandwiches. And the yogurt. Let's go over the syntax. Right, we read that. Examples of implementation. The first line. Okay, let's open the file. Okay. Lazily, I'm copying the name. And let's open it in the second page here. So let's just paste that. Let's oh. How to create custom rules. Custom rules are defined in this file, and or also there, and so on. Let's go over the syntax of these custom rules using the example above as our target pattern. But okay. I'm thinking this is messy. It's used to define the name of your rule. I think I already might have one of these. Let's just, I know that this is a long file. Like long file. So now we're starting to get some kind of options. There will be more list.rules is what the rules are called. List single. I'm not sure though if I switch machines. When I switched to VMware, I made a new Kali machine. But I don't think I saved this file. So if it's not here, it will be because of that. We'll see. Depends on time. List rules. So here we have list rules. And so this is list rule single. So we'd use all of these rules. I imagine there's a very special situation where you would make your own rules, right? If you know exactly how the... If there's someone that has 6 letters, 3 numbers, 2 special characters, you know. Enlist rules, THM rules was theirs suggestion. We'll see if we have that. So now we passed them. So it was my last machine. That's both good and bad, because it would have been fun to see the old ones. Maybe I should just save this afterwards. Should we add a new one at the end? I usually use Nano for like simple text things. Maybe it's actually better because I'm not used to graphical.
Christy
Linux.
says.
Hello, working O slash.
Hello, welcome in, Christy, and thanks for being here. I'm not used to graphical editors being available at all in Linux. So let's actually open it here. Do I still have the path? So if I just paste here, yeah. So I imagine that it's easier to do it here. So if we just search for THM rules. Yeah, I thought so. And that's just from algorithm. And we're at 3000 page lines, so this is a long config file. So if we're up here and we search for list.rules, so we can add our rule here. Now let's close it in Nano so we don't have 2 open. So let's add one before here. Our test rule. And call it list.rules.thm rule. THM rules. Is used to define the name of your rule. That is what you will use to call your custom rule as a John argument. We then use a regex style pattern match to define where in the word we will be modified. Again, we will only cover the basic most common modifiers. Okay, so AZ takes a word and appends it with the characters you define. A0 takes a word and prepends it with the character you define. C capitalizes the character positionally. I remember this being kind of illogical. Lastly, we need to define what characters should be appended.
Cluttered Wearing says.
Hello, sorry for bothering you. I want to offer promotion of your channel, viewers, followers, views,
Sorry,
chatbots,
people.
etc. The
Maybe I
price is
should
lower than
add
any
the
competitor.
proof.
The quality is guaranteed to be the best. Flexible
This
and
is
convenient
just
order management
spam.
panel, chat panel, every
Sec Guy says.
Yar cult.
Hi, Sakai. So, clicking the TTS button mutes the message. Let's check the poof thing and we'll see if it works. If we ever get another one. I mean, those are not horrible, it's just an ad. So, spam. So let's continue. We do this by adding character sets in square brackets in the order they should be used. These directly follow the modifier pattern inside of the quotes. Here are some common examples. We'll use numbers 0 to 9, 9. Oh well. So yeah, I remember using this. Have I done this one before? Or is there a very similar one? Possibly a similar one. Putting this all together in order to generate a word list from the rules that would match the example password polo password 1, assuming the word polo password was in our word list. We would create a rule entry that looks like this. So let's just, as an example, copy this. And I'm pasting it in the configuration file. Oh, I'm trying to shift control paste. That didn't work. Oh, now I see the emotes there. So, in order to capitalize the first letter C, append to the end of word. So C, then A, C. Well, I guess we'd have to read all of this. C is capitalized. So it capitalizes, which means it's uppercase is the first letter only, I guess. Yeah, the first letter. Yeah. Let's look at them together. Continue in this. A number in the range. So it just adds a number. And then followed by the symbols. So it does one of these then. I assume you can do more things. Oh, look. You have the quotes there too and the space in between. So, followed by modifier double quotes. When using custom rules, could then call this custom rule as a John argument using the rule polar password, because they called it polar password, not THM rules, sir. Okay, I thought we were going to use it like an example. This is the next one. Oh, let's just read it all. So we would do rule, and then the rule name for this one. And capital letters. To the end of the word. Yeah. So A, Z. And then they have these. So if we just copy like all of this and then change it. And for C. There. What do custom rules allow us to exploit? Sets rule, password rules, I guess. Common custom rules. This is longer. What about this one? Let's also try that, but that doesn't help. This is a stupid question. What do custom rules allow us to exploit in 3 long words? I guess that custom rules tell me if you have suggestions. I have these tiny chocolate candy left from Easter. My god. Good thing I never eat candy otherwise. Now I'm almost getting used to. First time I ate candy, I felt so sick. password structure. Well, why do they use these star? It's good that we can see the pattern, but you shouldn't have to look at the pattern. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first word is 8 characters. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is it 10? I'm not sure. Is it 13? I'm thinking that the first one is password. And then we have where did I read? Why does this kind of replies? Structure. And that's 9 letters. So structure, maybe. Which is, you couldn't use that, you know? Any suggestions? This is just annoying. This just gives me nothing. I'm going to test this. And that should be the focus, not trying to find some whatever words exactly what they mean here. So and there were no files for this one as for those previous ones. So no, I'm seriously sick of this, so let's just there are millions of walkthroughs and thingies for these. I want to crack hashes and stuff. I don't want to try and guess words for that. So this is task number 8. Okay, so password, complexity, predictability. So annoying. Closing that one again. Hoping we won't have to Google for that again. So wrong focus. It's like I forget what we're even here for, you know. So let's now actually try this. But we have nothing to try it on. And I don't know how to... We could make our own hash with a crazy password, you know, but... Let's accept that they just say this as a parenthesis and don't want to give us any real questions. The other room that I had this in, that I don't remember, we did edit this and we did use it. I know that much, so it probably wasn't this room then. Melted chocolate on my fingers. So, let's go continue. I got some teeth chewing gum. Get some of the stuff onto the teeth at least. This chewing gum, it tastes like so strong mental thing, so you feel like it's called intense mint though. It feels almost like, you know, this thing you have for if you have a training ache, or what do you call it? Blows marks on your skin or stuff when you've been training, like boxing. Such a strong flavor. Too much, I think. Oh, let's see now. So let's remove the custom rules from this one. And let's go to the next one first. So I would like this to be a test of this, but it's not. Okay, it's a zip file. I did that the other day. So let's download the zip file. And let's do that actually on the Kali machine. Oh, computer wants to turn the fan on. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna try a HackMyth VPN so I can't access the room data. I think I shared a folder so we could get it to the machine, but this is annoying. Let's see if what used to work once upon a time, that I could actually just drag files. So the last file was secure zip. So if I drag it here, yeah, it looks like I can actually. So let's use graphical stuff. I was expecting it to pop up the home directory. Right, it's a different one. I never do use this. So, look. It's all graphical. That's the dog, flower and cat. My test files. So here, I can't put it here. But it... Just a minute ago it worked, right? Yeah, not there but here. So what if I drag it here and drops it? So then we have it here. Where on earth is this? This is a desktop folder, I guess. Ah, that's so stupid. Why couldn't I drop it wherever I wanted? Oh well. I guess that we could, like, cut the file, move to... Oh, this is all new to me. Move to this directory and paste it graphically. Sorry. I don't know if I like it or not, you know. Why can't we just drag it to wherever we want instead of having to drag it afterwards? So now it's not here, right? I did put it. So right, the name is odd too. Maybe we should continue practicing using this. I put it here, but it was supposed to go to... Well, let's rename it first to something useful. So like password.zip, right? And then we move it to hashes. This is the first time I've moved files in Linux by dragging them and by using graphical things. My server doesn't even have a graphical user interface. Yeah, I probably did that long ago when I used Linux earlier, you know, but not recently. So here. So we try unzipping this. We'll say password and we'll say we don't know. So then before I look at that, I'll just see if I can remember how to do. And yeah, I was going to type that. So zip2 John. And then this one is called password. .zip, and we're going to have to make a file like password .zip .hash, and let's cat dot there. And then we join this And then maybe I should actually history. Backup.zip. Nah, that was not the thing. So let's just do John. Zip hash, which is what I called it last time. Just a word list. Text file word list. Okay? So John. Oh. So I would think that will be it, right? Yeah. So let's look at what this will tell us to do. Just to check that I remembered it first. It wasn't long ago. Cracking a password to protect the zip file. Yes. You read that right. You can use John to crack a password of a password protected zip file. Again, we're going to be using a separate part of John's suite of tools to convert a zip to a format that John can understand. This is also in my notes because I use it. But for all intents and purposes, we're going to be using the synthesis or no, zip to John, and there could be options. Allows you to pass a specific checksum options. So this, in this explanation, this looks like this is a part of the command John to zip. It just gives it, prints it to the command prompt. Otherwise, cracking. We're then able to take the file output. Yeah, it doesn't say much. We're just supposed to get what is the password. It's pass123. Do I really copy pass123? Yes. What is the contents of the flag? Okay, there's a flag. So let's unzip. I have to click there too, and there. Okay, I pasted. So I shouldn't have pasted. Pass123. There. So cd zippy cat flag. So so we're pasting there. So cracking password protected RAR archives, and this I have never done or more time ago. So let's download this. Let's do our graphical move thingy. I think it's the quickest. But now I'm going to go into the actual directory where we want the file and see if we can actually drag it there, or if we'll have to drag it to the desktop and then drag it there again. Hashes. So, RAR file to, no, only here. I can't drag it over anything because then it stops working. So drag it there, and then we drag it here. I guess that's VMware thing, not the poor Kali's fault. So We should have a new file here. Not here. Here. So the RAR file is also, of course, named something stupid. So let's just rename it 16. I don't want to type this secure. It started with secure. To well, password.rar. Okay. Should we assume the same syntax? I saw on the screen it says rar to John, so let's just do it. So rar to, and you see I haven't used this, rar to John, at least in this history. I forgot to lengthen the history last night. It was sleep time. Kind of fast anyway. So rar to John, and then we do the file, which started not anymore with, but with password. And now we have rar there, and we want to send this to how do I type the arrow on my keyboard? And I use some kind of stupid name, .zip.hash, password. So this will be password .rar.hash. Since it's lots of things in the same directory, you know, be a bit organized. And then cat this. And just do rar here instead. There we have it. And I think I arrowed up too much, but it's just to do rar there. I assume we will get the password, which was password. The complexity of the passwords keep increasing. So use a similar method. It's the same, right? So we don't need to read this. So should I actually type password here instead of copying it? There. Then it was some time since I did use rar, and I assume, yeah, there's a flag in there. So I'm going to cheat by, I think it's in my Linux notes, right? Do I have rar here? Do I have it actually? I think I have one for zipping and things. It's not really up. It's only tar, and I guess I will just have to right. So I assume and rar exists since it went blue. So I'm just curious now. No, so this is maybe some alias or something. Let's just try it. So it's called password. No? Completing rar command. Okay. I don't think this is a real command. And not rar instead. Can we just unzip it? It's not a zip file, I know. So, I don't know how to unpack this one, so let's Google. Oh, wrong page. There.
Arduku says.
Try to app search on RAR. Maybe you do not have it installed.
Yeah, but yeah. So you're saying it's supposed to be NRAR? It should be there. So RAR extract Kali. So maybe that's the name of it. Maybe that's why it doesn't work. NRAR. The thing is that it went blue, you know, NRAR. And when I tried help, they said unknown option help. So odd, a bit odd. Is this supposed to be the one? And I have the full install, so I'm not thinking it's supposed to be Unrar. But okay, let's just see if it's supposed to be named Unrar. Let's just try typing apt install Unrar, not inrar. Because usually when it recognizes the command. Yeah. So Unrar is already as the newest version. So since we couldn't,
I am saying that maybe the package is not installed, but there is an unrar binary.
Let's do ls first and see if it managed to do something, though we didn't get any output. It just did nothing, you know. When I did this, we didn't get anything. So, what do you think? What do you suggest I should do, Arduku? What should I do to... What's your suggestion? I never used RAR on, you know.
I app search unrar and I got this unrar free / Kali rolling 1:0.1.3 to 1 am64. Neither did I.
Okay, so let's see. What did I? Oh, so maybe it needs these other packages too. Unrar, but it's odd. It's very odd. So I wasn't really looking for this page, so let's see what other hits we had when I searched. X in the file name. So maybe it's just that it doesn't have. So if we do unrar and we do X, and we get the password question. So the problem is that it doesn't give any output and doesn't have any help. So but the password is password. So let's type password. And we have learned a bit about RAR. And I don't think I'll be using it much, but maybe you never know with all the CTF stuff. Maybe. Let's get that. It's just where? Just there. So cat flag.txt. RAR archives this time. So if I need to unpack RAR files, I can dig more into RAR. It's not like it's this a bit interesting that didn't work. By the way, there's a hint. What does it say? You may need to install RAR. Okay. I kind of want to just finish this path, you know, and do the next one. So SSH, I did SSH just right, you know, a few days ago too. Let's just repeat the steps. Why do I keep closing that home folder down? Going into the THM hashes, clicking download folder, dragging IDRSA over to there, failing because I was too close to the there. Now we're back to the command prompt on that machine, and this one is done, so we can read. Cracking SSH key passwords. Okay, I hear you. No more file archives. Fine. Let's explore one more use of John that comes up with semi-frequently in CTF challenges. Using John to crack a SSH private key password of IDRSA files. Unless configured otherwise, you authenticate your SSH login using a password. However, you can configure key-based authentication, which lets you use your private key, IDRSA, as an authentication key to log in to the remote machine over SSH. However, doing so will often require a password. Here we will be using John to crack this password to allow authentication over SSH using the key. SSH to John. Yeah, right. So, who guessed it? Another conversion tool. Well, that's what working with John is all about. As the name suggests, SSH to John converts. Sorry, Dave. It's a similar. I'm just scanning quickly. So, the sensitivity is what you expect. Note that you don't have SSH to John. Okay, you can use SSH to John Pi. Okay, we have this because I used it the other day and it was already installed then already. So yeah, let's go to the machine again. And SSH, if I type correctly, it will pop up there, and I think the file is probably not this name, cause yeah, it's this name. So thanks to tabbing, we didn't rename the file. I think I want the file renamed though, but so let's do that anyway. ID to just ID RSA, cause you know this company, this directory will still be here. So if we done this, yeah, I used the name I used was SSH hash. And didn't I use a file for this? I must have. Right, so let's lazy this and go arrow up, because we usually add our list to, and it's easier to arrow up and then so SSH. So There. It was like more than 1 second. We have a mango. So let's see if we did all of the things they wanted us to do. What is the password? Is mango. There. Further reading. Thank you for completing this room. Hope you've learned a lot. Yeah, and it is useful with repetition, because now we know these, and since I used zip and SSH the other day, I will hopefully remember this now. So the link is to OpenWorld-John, and OpenWorld-John we're in duck rules, so we can Google in case we need more things there. So let's go to the next one. Why cryptography matters for security and CTFs. The two main classes of cryptography and their uses. RSA and some. By the way, do you think we should add? We have zip to John, and it's just this. We don't have to add RAR to John, right? Nah, we don't need to. We have both of the others too. There. Oh, why cryptography matters for security and CTFs? The two main classes of cryptography and their uses. RSA and some of the uses of RSA. Two methods of key exchange. Notes about the future of encryptions with the rise of quantum computing. Note, this room expects some familiarity with tools. So yeah, we're ready. I agree not to complain too much about how theory heavy this room is. So let's read this. Key terms. Many of these key terms are shared with this room. And we did this before the last one. So, okay. Actually, I will TTS this. So I don't lose my voice again.
Ciphertext, the result of encrypting a plain text, encrypted data. Cipher, a method of encrypting or decrypting data. Modern ciphers are cryptographic, but there are many non-cryptographic ciphers like Caesar. Plain text, data before encryption, often text but not always. Could be a photograph or other file. Encryption, transforming data into ciphertext, using a cipher. Encoding, not a form of encryption, just a form of data representation like base64. Immediately reversible. Key, some information that is needed to correctly decrypt the ciphertext and obtain the plain text. Passphrase, separate to the key, a passphrase is similar to a password and used to protect a key. Asymmetric encryption, uses different keys to encrypt and decrypt. Symmetric encryption, uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt. Brute force, attacking cryptography by trying every different password or every different key. Cryptanalysis, attacking cryptography by finding a weakness in the underlying maths. Alice and Bob, used to represent two people who generally want to communicate. They're named Alice and Bob because this gives them the initials A and B HTTP URL. For more information, as these extend through the alphabet to represent many different people involved in communication. Warning, this room is very theory heavy. Cryptography is a big topic, and this room is designed to just scratch the surface.
So they are usually used. Okay, you agree. Well, they're not the same number of letters, and you can see that immediately. But what is the hint? Research. Yeah, but it didn't mention passphrases here. So that's kind of password or tip, right? Whatever. Let's continue. Why?
Cryptography is used to protect confidentiality, ensure integrity, ensure authenticity. You use cryptography every day most likely, and you're almost certainly reading this now over an encrypted connection. When logging into TryHackMe, your credentials were sent to the server. These were encrypted, otherwise someone would be able to capture them by snooping on your connection. When you connect to SSH, your client and the server establish an encrypted tunnel so that no one can snoop on your session. When you connect to your bank, there's a certificate that uses cryptography to prove that it is actually your bank rather than a hacker. When you download a file, how do you check if it downloaded right? You can use cryptography here to verify a checksum of the data. You rarely have to interact directly with cryptography, but it silently protects almost everything you do digitally. Whenever sensitive user data needs to be stored, it should be encrypted. Standards like PCI DSS state that the data should be encrypted both at rest, in storage, and while being transmitted. If you're handling payment card details, you need to comply with these PCI regulations. Medical data has similar standards. With legislation like GDPR and California's data protection, data breaches are extremely costly and dangerous to you as either a consumer or a business. Do not encrypt passwords unless you're doing something like a password manager. Passwords should not be stored in plain text, and you should use hashing to manage them safely.
There. I have my yogurt too. So oh, it's a PDF. Well, let's not save that. I think I deleted the older ones. Oh my god. SSH. That's such a common thing, so you never think of secure shell. Yeah, of course. Should I just type? What is the main set of standards you need to comply with if you store a process? Okay, I don't know that. They said. Is this the one? So with these. So I guess it's this. There. And they said it was intensive with facts. So far it's tiny texts. Okay. So
there's a little bit of math, that comes up relatively often in cryptography. The modulo operator. Pretty much every programming language implements this operator, or has it available through a library. When you need to work with large numbers, use a programming language. Python is good for this as integers are unlimited in size, and you can easily get an interpreter. When learning division for the first time, you were probably taught to use remainders in your answer. X% y is the remainder when x is divided by y. Examples. 25% 5 equals 0, 5 asterisk 5 equals 25, so it divides exactly with no remainder. 23% 6 equals 5, 23 does not divide evenly by 6, there would be a remainder of 5. An important thing to remember about modulo is that it's not reversible. If I gave you
3,
an
5,
equation,
6, 5.
x% 5 equals 4, there are infinite values of x that will be valid.
So 25, 7. I didn't do that many in my head either. So, and that you know mod if you've done any programming, you know.
Types of encryption. The two main categories of encryption are symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric encryption uses the same key to encrypt and decrypt the data. Examples of symmetric encryption are DA, broken, and AES. These algorithms tend to be faster than asymmetric cryptography, and use smaller keys. 128 or 256-bit keys are common for AES, DA keys are 56 bits long. Asymmetric encryption uses a pair of keys, one to encrypt and the other in the pair to decrypt. Examples are RSA and elliptic curve cryptography. Normally these keys are referred to as a public key and a private key. Data encrypted with the private key can be decrypted with the public key, and vice versa. Your private key needs to be kept private, hence the name. Asymmetric encryption tends to be slower and uses larger keys. For example, RSA typically uses 2048 to 4096-bit keys. RSA and elliptic curve cryptography are based around different mathematically difficult, intractable, problems, which give them their strength. More about RSA later.
What was the result of the attempt to make DES more secure so that it could be used for longer? Did they mention it here? Okay. I must say this is not my most interesting, but I guess it's very important. What was the result? It wasn't in here, right? So we need to Google. I hate these kind of questions, you know. So try hack me right up for this. It's what we get when this question comes up. Although I wouldn't mind clicking one of those actually. Let's see. I think that we will maybe it's implied here somewhere. If you know the answer, you can tell me, that's okay. I don't care about getting these myself. I just think it's annoying that you need to type the right words. So, these are obvious, you know, but here you have to have the right words. What was the result of attempt to make DES more secure so that it could be used for longer? Could there be something, call something with DES at the end, or something else? This is long. I feel this was definitely not the right track. Let's look. So I don't want to scroll too far because there may be interesting things ahead. So task 5. Triple des. I was thinking it was probably des with something before it. So triple des. If I had googled something smarter, I would probably have found it right there. So RSA Rivest Shamir Alderman, the math side. So that's what that stands for. I didn't read that in that long text. Oh, let's do the TTS on these texts. It's not...
RSA is based on the mathematically difficult problem of working out the factors of a large number. It's very quick to multiply two prime numbers together, say 17*23 equals 391, but it's quite difficult to work out what two prime numbers multiply together to make 14,351, 113x 127 for reference. The attacking side. The maths behind RSA seems to come up relatively often in CTFs, normally requiring you to calculate variables or break some encryption based on them. The Wikipedia page for RSA seems complicated at first, but will give you almost all of the information you need in order to complete challenges. There are some excellent tools for defeating RSA challenges in CTFs, and my personal favorite is HTTPURL, which has worked very well for me. I've also had some success with HTTPURL. The key variables that you need to know about for RSA in CTFs are P, Q, M, N, E, D, and C. P and Q are large prime numbers, N is the product of P and Q. The public key is N and E, the private key is N and D. M is used to represent the message, in plain text, and C represents the ciphertext, encrypted text.
Okay. So these are tools for RSA. We'll definitely put them in the notes. So now it's more practical in a way. We'll see if we'll use something. So this is actually called RSA CTF tool. The common bad thing of eating oatmeal and muesli, I get these shells, you know, stuck like on the back of the tongue somewhere. So, let's get the links and notes and yeah, this is connected to encryption, but now maybe we should have another one for like more advanced stuff, you know. Or should I just add it here and see if we get more? So if we do RSA and this link, And this one. Wrong place. There. So there, tools for RSA challenges and CDFs. And it kind of looked like we should do something here. CryptoCTF challenges often present you with a set of these values, and you need to break the encryption and decrypt a message to retrieve the flag. There's a lot of maths to RSA, and it gets quite complicated fairly quickly. If you want to learn the maths behind it, I recommend reading okay, so these are the letters from here. So P and Q. Okay. So it wants us to multiply two numbers. Will we use it somehow? So this is information. And then we have the tools there. I almost expected that we would need to use these. I closed the calculator. I'm too lazy to do it myself. I understand enough about RSA to move on, and I know where to look to learn more if I want to. Exactly. We have our notes there. Yeah, there. I'm still waiting for the lots of facts that they warned about. Was it just to scare you before starting? Though I am using this.
A very common use of asymmetric cryptography is exchanging keys for symmetric encryption. Asymmetric encryption tends to be slower, so for things like HTTPS, symmetric encryption is better. But the question is, how do you agree a key with the server without transmitting the key for people snooping to see? Metaphor time. Imagine you have a secret code, and instructions for how to use the secret code. If you want to send your friend the instructions without anyone else being able to read it, what you could do is ask your friend for a lock. Only they have the key for this lock, and we'll assume you have an indestructible box that you can lock with it. If you send the instructions in a locked box to your friend, they can unlock it once it reaches them and read the instructions. After that, you can communicate in the secret code without risk of people snooping. In this metaphor, the secret code represents a symmetric encryption key, the lock represents the server's public key, and the key represents the server's private key. You've only used asymmetric cryptography once, so it's fast, and you can now communicate privately with symmetric encryption. The real world. In reality, you need a little more cryptography to verify the person you're talking to is who they say they are, which is done using digital signatures and certificates. You can find a lot more detail on how HTTPS, one example where you need to exchange keys, really works from this excellent blog post. HTTP URL.
I changed this from just being tools to tools and info, so let's make a note about HTTPS. how it really works. Though, I think I know that. But maybe these are more details. So, let's add this to the notes. Maybe we'll read this later. And I control S stuff, so I don't need to. We get lots of good links, but there are not much other things. So I guess we'll have to read that one too.
What's a digital signature? Digital signatures are a way to prove the authenticity of files, to prove who created or modified them. Using asymmetric cryptography, you produce a signature with your private key and it can be verified using your public key. As only you should have access to your private key, this proves you signed the file. Digital signatures and physical signatures have the same value in the UK, legally. The simplest form of digital signature would be encrypting the document with your private key, and then if someone wanted to verify the signature they would decrypt it with your public key and check if the files match. Certificates prove who you are. Certificates are also a key use of public key cryptography, linked to digital signatures. A common place where they're used is for HTTPS. How does your web browser know that the server you're talking to is the real tryhackme.com? The answer is certificates. The web server has a certificate that says it is the real tryhackme.com. The certificates have a chain of trust, starting with the root CA, certificate authority. Root CA are automatically trusted by your device, OS, or browser from install. Certs below that are trusted because the root CA say they trust that organization. Certificates below that are trusted because the organization is trusted by the root CA and so on. There are long chains of trust. Again, this blog post explains this much better than I can. HTTP URL. You can get your own HTTPS certificates for domains you own using Let's Encrypt for free. If you run a website, it's worth setting it up.
I actually think there's a problem with my certificate. I'll have to look at that again. I think I'll have to carry plates down soon. Oh my, I have a bit of a headache. Oh, I dropped my air thing. Managed to. Oh my. Managed to fall all the way over to the wall there, and it's actually dusty behind all the wires. I usually always pull them up from the floor, you know, in some holder thing. I haven't done that. Part of it is because I lower the table kind of low, and I have a thing to put my leg on. So, and also since this is a, you know, electric table, there's a kind of sturdy bar there. So I don't want too much things to take all the space under the table. But I guess I should do it anyway. So there, they're really not stable, these ones. Okay, so let's continue. We had a question. I don't really know how to check the certificate. It only, you know, when you go to a page at the start and it asks you. But I guess we'll have to find out. So what can we see in? Oh, right, it's... Well, let's drag it over to the same page. So, can we see the certificate here somewhere? Not here, right? Now you have the chance to be very helpful to me. I'll Google if I can't find it. So, like, you should be able to see it, but usually don't look for the certificate. So that's probably not a good place to look anyway, right? All of them numbers there. Cookies. Try hack me. No, I will just Google. So what's this? Why do I have this here? Okay. Update read aloud. Okay. Maybe it'll work on Kali now. Because I tried it once. uBlock too. I never start Firefox. Yeah, of course I do. Just not very often. So let's actually close it down. So it has, that was kind of proof to me that it was a few days inside. We started it. Oh, that was the add-ons. So, see current site certificate. So I can click here. And here you can clear the cookies too. Connection secure. Now we're at actually this page, so if we look here, verified by so here we can view the certificate. So issuer, I guess the answer is US. Or E1. That's interesting. I look at it more after we filled in. So the information we could see here too. Could we see it? Because it says verified by Let's Encrypt, but we had to click view certificate to see this information. Yeah, then it's E1 then, I guess. So these names, like E1, Mm. Okay, and then we go here. So we have the steps. So this goes to itself. Because it's a root. But it's still... Okay. Let's look at that more then. Let's close that. So we can clear cookies here too. We could view saved passwords. So if we clear cookies here, it will log us out. No, it wouldn't, because we were on it, I guess. No, it's logged us out. Good. I am not a robot. So we'll be right back where we were at. There. Or rather, we hop to the next one. SSH authentication. Decryption and SSH authentication. By default, SSH is authenticated using usernames and passwords in the same way that you will log into a physical machine. We have files. I have an idea. I need to go down with my plates and things. So I'm thinking I'll start the TTS on this and maybe we'll reread bits of it. I'm just going down with the plates while we listen.
Encryption and SSH authentication. By default, SSH is authenticated using usernames and passwords in the same way that you would log into the physical machine. At some point, you're almost certain to hit a machine that has SSH configured with key authentication instead. This uses public and private keys to prove that the client is a valid and authorized user on the server. By default, SSH keys are RSA keys. You can choose which algorithm to generate, and / or add a passphrase to encrypt the SSH key. SSH keygen is the program used to generate pairs of keys most of the time. SSH private keys. You should treat your private SSH keys like passwords. Don't share them, they're called private keys for a reason. If someone has your private key, they can use it to log into servers that will accept it unless the key is encrypted. It's very important to mention that the passphrase to decrypt the key isn't used to identify you to the server at all it does is decrypt the SSH key. The passphrase is never transmitted, and never leaves your system. Using tools like John the Ripper, you can attack an encrypted SSH key to attempt to find the passphrase, which highlights the importance of using a secure passphrase and keeping your private key private. When generating an SSH key to log into a remote machine, you should generate the keys on your machine and then copy the public key over, as this means the private key never exists on the target machine. For temporary keys generated for access to CTF boxes, this doesn't matter as much. How do I use these keys? The /.ssh folder is the default place to store these keys for OpenSSH. The authorized _keys, note the US English spelling, file in this directory holds public keys that are allowed to access the server if key authentication is enabled. By default on many distros, key authentication is enabled as it is more secure than using a password to authenticate. Normally for the root user, only key authentication is enabled. In order to use a private SSH key, the permissions must be set up correctly, otherwise your SSH client will ignore the file with a warning. Only the owner should be able to read or write to the private key, 600 or stricter. SSH key name goes here. User at host is how you specify a key for the standard Linux OpenSSH client. Using SSH keys to get a better shell. SSH keys are an excellent way to upgrade a reverse shell, assuming the user has login enabled. www.data normally does not, but regular users en route will. Leaving an SSH key in authorized _keys on a box can be a useful backdoor, and you don't need to deal with any of the issues of unstabilist reverse shells like Control-C or lack of tab completion.
I took the opportunity to do a quick bathroom break, but I also realized what time is it now? Yeah, I'll just go and quickly remind my kid. Let's see, did we have any questions? Because I recognize all of this. Yeah. I've done this. Yeah, we downloaded it. Okay. So, will the machine understand that I want to open this in Notepad? It was opened, but since I pulled the other notepad to the side. Oh yeah, this is encrypted. I've just had that once. So, what was the question? Yeah, I thought so. We're supposed to crack this. So let's do that. Is the answer here a yes? No. Let's look at the hint. File name. File name? What file name? Okay. So what do you mean RSA? And I was like reading in the file. But of course, okay. So RSA keys or RSA algorithm. Oh my goodness, what a revelation. But it was, yes. So you don't think about some things because they're just in front of your nose, right? So I copied this. So let's go to the machine and create a file. We stay in the hashes one because we can stay in here. So the file name of this one was kind of odd. Let's just call it just IDRSA, right? So we already had one. Okay. I'm confused. What happened? Because that looked to me like this. That's why I had the problem before. Let's open it again. Because this looked the same. Oh, we didn't continue this, so let's just close these. Close. Don't save. And alright, we hopped out of the directory because I closed this by mistake because I thought why would we have gone to the graphical one? Because it looked very much like that. So let's go to THM and go to the hashes with all the example files. And let's look at this again. So we already had one from the other one that we had tested. So let's call this number 2 then. Already 2. Because that one was from the last or the one of these security series. But seriously, since I don't remember. Was it here? So this room. There's no files in here. Or can you see files even? The annoying thing is that, oh, right there. So now we can see this one too. So maybe it was in the room before that then. No, I think I created that directory here. I'm confused. Because I created, was probably in the room before this one. Oh, whatever. We just make a new one. Oh, sorry, I didn't. You have to tell me if I forget to switch screens. Anyway, so now we have 2 test ones in this directory. So if we is X and hope that we don't have to have the right number of just confuzzle there. Mostly why the IDRC have write and how execute there. But whatever, let's just continue. So we should remember how to do this, but we just did it, right? It was just before the in between the zip and the rar. I renamed it after I did it. That's why it's confusing. Okay, I get it now. I get it. I remember. Sorry for being slow. So we need to do the same thing again. So this is a long name. Because I renamed it after I did this. And that's why I didn't recognize the file. Because when I LS'd for this, it had this file name, which is long. SSH2 hash, I guess. And then we join. And we do 2. Or did we do it last and I still didn't remember? Maybe I shouldn't stream anymore. I'm just reflecting over me leaving my computer and every time people leave, about half, even if it's just to do something quickly. So, the password of this is delicious, and there. Right now, I'm very happy that I'm getting through these, and it's not. I would love to learn more, but I have learned things. And I realize it's more fun if I read, but I'm kind of saving my throat for real interesting things instead of these that are like repeat facts.
What is key exchange? Key exchange allows 2 people/parties to establish a set of common cryptographic keys without an observer being able to get these keys. Generally, to establish common symmetric keys. How does Diffie-Hellman key exchange work? Alice and Bob want to talk securely. They want to establish a common key, so they can use symmetric cryptography, but they don't want to use key exchange with asymmetric cryptography. This is where DH key exchange comes in.
I have to
Alice
pause
and
for a
Bob both have
second.
secrets that they generate. Let's call these A and B. They also have some common material that's public. Let's call this C. We need to make some assumptions. Firstly, whenever we combine secrets/material, it's impossible or very difficult to separate. Secondly, the order that they're combined in doesn't matter. Alice and Bob will combine their secrets with the common material, and form AC and BC. They will then send these to each other, and combine that with their secrets to form two identical keys, both ABC. Now they can use this key to communicate. Extra resources. An excellent video if you want a visual explanation is available here. HTTP URL. DH key exchange is often used alongside RSA public key cryptography, to prove the identity of the person you're talking to with digital signing. This prevents someone from attacking the connection with a man-in-the-middle attack by pretending to be Bob.
So, just a sec here. I can't hear you right now, and I'm turning off the TTS for a second because I have a quick meeting that I didn't have. I would have heard it if I had Discord on, and I always have usually. So I'm just going to mute my Oh, sorry. I thought I unmuted myself. That wasn't really planned, but I had to talk to someone who was trying to call my kid. So I have to just go to my kid for 12 seconds and say that he will try again in 20 minutes. So, one second, I'll be back. Okay. I think I know why my kid didn't reply. I think he fell asleep. Problem is that if he's so sleepy now. Okay, so I'll just have to send a message in Swedish, and then I can talk in English. And maybe we should switch to something, like a box, but I'm also thinking that I need to do some other things today. Welcome in! And do I not have the TTS? Oh no, I stopped the TTS quickly there. So I wouldn't have had to, because I unplugged this anyway.
Connected
So
to
we're getting
channel
the
Fix It
TTS
42.
back. So welcome in, Fenris Games. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Fenris Games says.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. I just had to help my kid a bit, so I'm just going to send a message and then we'll continue with
You
the
want a
Try
quick
Hack Me.
layman's guide to Diffie Hellman?
Yeah, sure. I'll just send a quick message. And I'm writing in Swedish, so I can't speak in English at the same time. So there. So
In layman's terms and very simplified.
I haven't read this yet. Before in this room, it's been very, very simple. So this is probably very simple too. Basic level, yeah. So, but I haven't read it yet. So, just a second. There. Right. I'm just checking everything so I didn't forget anything. I thought almost at first when he sent me a message that he
Man, it seems I can't spell XD.
Well, the spaces tend to move around a bit. So let's see. Explaining Diffie-Hellman key exchange. What is key exchange? Key exchange allows two people, parties, to establish a set common cryptographic keys without an observer being able to get these. Generally, to establish common symmetric keys. How do Diffie-Hellman key exchange work? Alice and Bob, as I mentioned at the start there, want to talk securely. They want to establish a common key so they can use symmetric cryptography, but they don't want to use key exchange with asymmetric cryptography. This is where the H key exchange comes in. Alice and Bob both have secrets that they generate. Let's call these A and B. They also have some common material that's public. Let's call this C. So just checking what we did before. They have secrets and they have common material. We need to make some assumptions. Firstly, whenever you combine secrets material, it's impossible or very, very difficult to separate. Secondly, the order that they're combined in doesn't matter. Alice and Bob will combine their secrets with the common material and form AC and BC. They will then send these to each other and combine that with their secrets to form two identical keys, both ABC. Now they use this key to communicate. Okay. So was that all? An excellent video. Want a visual explanation. I'm just like, what is the thing? There's not anything advanced, and it seems like they want to. Whatever.
Think of it this way.
I'm trying to find something that would be.
You have two numbers.
Yeah,
and
this
I have
is so
two
simple.
numbers.
I mean, why would they even explain it? The H key exchange is often used alongside RSA public key to provide it, and the person talking with data signing this prevents someone from acting in connection. Let's look at this video, though I don't get still why they would explain it even. So let's see.
We talked a bit about end-to-end encryption already,
NVM,
and
then I teach
a lot of
network
the assumption is that we
fundamentals,
have
and this
some
is part
kind
of my course, D.
Oh, cool. So maybe you could tell me why they would explain this. Because it's so simple. So there must be more. I'm looking for the more part. But I can just look at this.
Symmetric key that
Because
we can
it's a
use to
fundamental
talk
part of
privately.
cryptography.
So you and me have some kind of secret key, and we use that to talk securely. Diffie-Hellman is how we get that secret key. Diffie-Hellman was first published in 1976 and has become pretty much a staple for any kind of cryptography tool. Like, whenever we use cryptography, we usually need to have a symmetric key, and to get that, we often have to perform some kind of Diffie-Hellman. It's so prevalent that your phone is probably doing it right now. Like, when you log onto the browser to watch this video, you perform a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. Like, when you open up your phone and it connects to any server, it'll almost certainly perform a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. If not now, then in the next few minutes. Like, it's unbelievably important and unbelievably common. The problem with Diffie-Hellman is it's quite mathematically complex. It depends on your level of mathematics. So what I thought we'd do is I thought we'd cover the mathematics in the next bits, and then we look at a kind of worked example of what actually happens as an overview for those people who are just not interested in mathematics, because they don't need to implement it and they don't really mind. So we'll do both, and that way, hopefully, there's something for everyone. We shall see. So perhaps Diffie-Hellman key exchange is slightly misnamed in the sense that what we don't actually do is exchange a key, because then it will be out in public and we can see it. What we actually do is exchange some public variables, and we combine them with some private variables we've kept hidden, so that we can both create the same key. Right? So we're actually creating a key together in some sense. So as always, we'll go back to Alice and Bob for this. So let's have Alice
Seriously.
over here, and Bob over here. I'm going to sort of spread this out a bit because we're going to bring these in.
think
I don't want to run out of
I
space. Hopefully there's something for everyone.
did
We shall see.
miss.
So perhaps Diffie-Hellman key exchange is slightly misnamed in the sense that what we don't actually do is exchange a key, because then it will be out in the public and we'd see it. What we actually do is exchange some public variables, and we combine them with some private variables we've kept hidden, so that we can both create the same key. Right? So we're actually creating a key together in some sense. So as always, we'll go back to Alice and Bob for this. So let's have Alice over here, right, and Bob over here. I'm going to sort of spread this out a bit because we're going to bring these in, and I don't want to run out of space. Right, so Alice and Bob are here. These are their own machines, and this is the kind of public area. So anything that Alice and Bob send to each other or agree on in public is going to be in this area. So as an attacker, if we want to break this key exchange, if we want to find out what the secret key is, we have to use these variables to do it. Right? And that hopefully will explain why that's difficult to do. Okay, so the first thing is Right at the beginning of a 50 Hellman key exchange, Alice and Bob have to agree some mathematical parameters that they're going to use. This is a value g, or a generator, and a big prime number n. Right, now, for this example, I'm going to use colour mixing to try and explain this. I'm going to write the letters in as well. N won't have a colour for the sake of this analogy. G does, right? So G is going to be, let's go with yellow. Right, now, I'm going to sort of squirt this in and hopefully it doesn't go everywhere. In fact, we kind of need 2 copies of G, really. So let's just sort of fill it up here, up to about... I want to get them the same. So far, so good.
This is just going to say the same thing, but in a longer way.
Often, they're shared at the very beginning of the handshake. Sometimes they're just embedded in standard, or everyone always uses the same one. It depends on the situation. It can take a little time, an extra message to send these things across, so sometimes having them stashed ahead of time is a good idea. So we've got G, right? This is G. Now, Alice, to begin with, needs to calculate a private key, right, or private variable. I'm going to choose red for Alice. There we go. Probably could use more food colouring. It's kind of pale red. Is that red? Yeah, close enough. What do you think? It's rose coloured. Now, Bob is going to do the same thing. He's going to have a private value, which is going to be blue. Right. Now, I haven't chosen very interesting colours. That's simply because there aren't that many colours available in shops for food colouring, and I didn't go to that much effort. There we go. I suppose blue. Now, these 2 colours are in their private area.
Yeah,
This
but
is-
he's
this is A, this is B,
simplifying
so
the
I'm
whole
labelling these.
process.
Yeah, maybe I should just skip this. It's like he's doing it for kids. So, well, let's just continue. If it's just this, it's so. Let's continue. What is PGP? PGP stands for Pretty Good Privacy. It's a software that implements encryption for encrypting files. Encrypting. For further details, sign in more. What is GPG? I'm just remembering I listened to the Security Now thing, and he had just so much problems saying one of these things. But I think it was an old episode that I had still in my podcast list. So it wasn't the latest one. GNU-PG or GPG is an open source implementation of PGP from the GNU project. You may need to use GPG to decrypt files, CTFs with PGP, and GPG private keys can be protected with passphrases in a similar way as SSH private keys. If a key is passphrase protected, you can attempt to crack this passphrase using John. Yeah, oh, what a surprise, GPG to John. Key provided in this class is not protected with passphrase. Why? The man page for GPG can be found here online here. I remember like PGP from lots of years ago. Long. I wonder how long it's existed. So, Fenris Games. So you work with teaching network fundamentals. Oh, that's cool. I'll go and check on my kid because his call is coming. It should be again another try in 3 minutes. So there, I'm back. So he was awake, but he's got sleeping problems and autism, and he's supposed to have a answer meeting now. We'll see if he can do it. If he can't, we understand, So let's see now. Yeah, open source, same as SSH, and man page. Okay. So, okay, nice. We have encryption there. And we have I shouldn't have the TTS up, because every time something new pops up, I look at it. It's bad enough with the OBS, because you have the chat there too. So should I add this to my notes? Yeah, I guess so. So let's back to this one and copy the manual link, and let's add to here GPG there. So we have it there. Now we can always have what about AES? So it's about all thing 3 here. AES is called Rindal after its creators. Okay, stands for Advanced Encryption Standard. It was implemented for tests. Had short keys at the cryptographical falls. Yes, it is both operate to blocks of data quite often. Okay, another YouTube video. Can't we just have text? So we could Google instead, or we could actually you have the private key and the file encrypted with the public key. Decrypt the file. Okay, so what did we actually download? Didn't we click this one? No, we didn't, so it's a zip. No,
Fixerbot says.
I was going to delete
New
it.
follower Tapu. Less than 3.
Hello, Tapu. Welcome in. So, again, we're going to have to... let's make this smaller. And let's just drag it over. And drag it to the hashes directory. Drag. And we're going to rename it. I'm trying to get used to graphical stuff in Linux. And I'm not used to it yet. So, yeah. Let's look what's inside this file. And I called it GPG. This will be exciting to see if it makes a directory like one of them did, or if it doesn't. Okay, we have a key and we have a GPG message. So Now let's just see what it said we should do. We have a private key, which I guess is the key file, and a file encrypted with the public key. So now I guess the question is if we have GPG installed. And it seems like we do. We have the link there, but we may have help, right? And we do. So let's take the opportunity. Oh, that's horrible. To actually add help here. So sorry for flipping back and forth. It's supposed to be info. And so let's get this. Oh my goodness. And let's paste it so we can see that there's some character here breaking the good looks of Obsidian. So encrypt, decrypt. Decrypt is default, so we probably don't have to say anything then. Was there a main syntax thing here? Options file, so just the file, I assume. But we can always see what else there is. Verbose. Get the output to file. Oh, nice. So let's just no, I want that file list. So GPG we also would have to add the key, right? Cause how else would it know? We need that too. Will it ask for it automatically? Should we try? So K is list secret keys, generate key, signed key. We don't want to do any of that. Import key. But we just want to use it once. List keys. Will we have to add the key and then remove it again? Let's just try, we'll see what happens. So if we do GPG and where is it? Message. And this, it will say there's no key. It would have been nice if it asked for the key, so we could just use it once. So, Fenris, do you know if there's a way to not have to add the key? That's just a fake example key. It's just my kid. He's saying he didn't answer, so I'll just have to answer him quickly. So quiet while I'm typing Swedish. There. I'm done. There. So what time is it? Alright, already. Where did 3 hours and 40 minutes go? Though I did spend some time on kid stuff, so. But still. Still. Yeah, 3 hours and 41 minutes. So maybe we should look at that link they sent, right? So, this was for ES, but this is the man page. I don't like man pages if there is help, but no, this is not more use, right? It's just a list still. It's not like first try thing. So let's Google instead. So GPG decrypt with key. Yes. My goodness. Papa Bay. I already have the private key. It requires import. I didn't want it to require import. I want exactly the same thing as the one asking the question here. This is annoying. I don't like this program. I guess it would be useful if you would use it several times, but for just one test. So let's see. You don't need to expressly declare a secret key and then go on. Yeah. So nothing except a confirmation that I guessed right with import. So I guess we just do it then. Just the file names again. So GPG import. And the key had try me dot key. So, and now we do it again. No commands applied. Trying to guess what you mean. Yeah, it said it was a default. Do you have to say that then? Decrypted with So it didn't manage to guess that I wanted to decrypt. Or did it? So let's just, yeah, the message seems to be there now. So that was very unuser friendly, because it didn't even say that it decrypted it, though it said that it was trying to guess, when it already had said in the help that this was the default to decrypt. So, well, I guess we should send Pineapple to try hack me. Yeah, we did that. If there's supposed to be a room on things, why not have more information? In the bar at the start of the room, it was like this. I agree not to complain about how much theory. There's no theory. It's just tiny bits of text. Nothing really. Most of it wasn't new to me either. This was... I've not used PDP. GPG, I mean. Let's just look at when PDP was created. 90s. Yeah. 91. So I'm sorry if I'm annoyed at this not teaching stuff much. But I guess I want to go through this.
Quantum computers will soon be a problem for many types of encryption.
So,
Asymmetric and quantum. While it's unlikely we'll have sufficiently powerful quantum computers until around 2030, once these exist, encryption that uses RSA or elliptical curve cryptography will be very fast to break. This is because quantum computers can very efficiently solve the mathematical problems that these algorithms rely on for their strength. AES/DA and quantum. AES with 128-bit keys is also likely to be broken by quantum computers in the near future, but 256-bit AES can't be broken as easily. DA is also vulnerable to attacks from quantum computers. Current recommendations. The NSA recommends using RSA 3072 or better for asymmetric encryption and AES 256 or better for symmetric encryption. There are several competitions currently running for quantum-safe cryptographic algorithms, and it's likely that we will have a new encryption standard before quantum computers become a threat to RSA and AES. Learn more about quantum computers and cryptography. If you'd like to learn more about this, NIST has resources that detail what the issues with current encryption is and the currently proposed solutions for these. http URL. I also recommend the book Cryptography Apocalypse by Roger A. Grimes, as this was my introduction to quantum computing and quantum-safe cryptography.
Those NIST competitions have already ended.
We could go back and look what it said. I was thinking that I will Google if I want to know stuff, you know. So, hi, Koozes. Koozes. Cool name. I get so many people with cool names in here. That's nice. So I have done these, and I worked as IT specialist with Windows Focus for lots of years. But I still think that there was something new in this, cause not like this, of course, but
nice of them to mention you can Google things if you want to learn more about the topic.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that's very useful. So let's look at the dashboard, because it probably hopped past. Yeah, it found the one. That was the next one I didn't do. Because they're overlapping, you know. So when I did the basic thing, these Windows and Linux ones were in there too, I think. So 80 basics, and it's nice to, you know, learn everything. But if it's just how AD works, then I have been administering it. But if it's other side, then since I will just get annoyed if I read it, if it's too basic.
Microsoft's
so-
Active Directory is the
so
backbone of
let's
the corporate
TDS
world.
it.
It simplifies the management of
can
devices
speed
and
it
users
up,
within
of
a corporate
course.
environment. In this room,
Or I
we'll
can
take a
just
deep
scan
dive
the
into the
text.
essential components of Active Directory. Room objectives. In this room,
So, do you
we
have
will
any
learn about
suggestions? We
Active
could do
Directory
something
and will
else now.
become
We've
familiar
done
with the
2
following
rooms.
topics. What
Well,
Active Directory is.
information.
What an Active Directory domain is. What components go into an Active Directory domain. Forests
Okay.
and domain trust. And much
Let's
more.
do this a bit
Room
quickly.
prerequisites. General familiarity with Windows. Check the Windows Fundamentals module for more information on this.
It's a machine. That could be fun though. We have RDP. I'm just gonna quick read, okay? Scan it a bit. It didn't say anything really. So there's a network. Real world example. We're a new IT admin as Chia Shaming. Our task was to review the current domain TFM local and do some additional configurations. You will have administrative credentials or pre-configured DC to do the tasks. So, so I'm trying to remember what was the command line to do RDP. So I
It's free up on Linux.
remembered what the command is.
Translated from German.
Yeah, I just searched for RDP in the history. Cheating! There's something before RDP. Because someone had problems to do something here. And someone suggested that I should use Remina. And then I did, and it's just using this. So that was kind of funny, When I started it from the command prompt, you can see this runs X3 RDP. So how could it possibly work better? It was one of the advent of cyber rooms that had obviously some problems there. I think it was just overloaded. People couldn't do anything. So, well, let's see. Thank you for the reply. So let's see if we can have some fun with this. And it was some time since I had an AD to play with, though I'm going to install my own stuff here. Be sure to click the start machine button. But it was up here. It was 4 minutes ago. So maybe it's even started. Nah, it's good that they say stuff. I'm just confuzzled over the upload vulns being before this, because that was harder, much harder. Maybe it's just because it's a web and that's not my strong point. When connecting my RDP, here's the username. So let's, right, you're already there on my. So if we do X3 and I don't think we have to worry about the port, but we need to change the IP to 144, 185, and the user is supposed to be THM and /administrator and password. It's not a funny O this time. It's just instead exclude 3 to 1, not 1 to 3, 3 to 1, and there's a big PS in this one. So administrator, password 3 to 1, and the IP is updated. So let's hope that this works, because I've never run this and it worked. So oh, how nice. We don't have to have all those windows all over the place. But we got an incorrect one anyway. Okay. So maybe first for the connection just administrator, then logging in with this. Password 3 to 1. There. So since I'm looking at the left screen now, you will be able to do in a Windows domain, credentials stored in the central repository installed. I'm lazy, so I want to copy. Where does it say Active Directory? Do I have to type? I don't like the text questions, even when they're simple, because, you know, should we find domain controller too to copy? Yeah, they're bold. Nice. Because it's so easy to have one letter wrong, and everybody, you know, someone might just miss one L in controller and you're just stuck for 15 minutes because they typed the letter wrong. And that's not the knowledge, right, we want. So, Active Directory. Should I do this with TDS? It will be kind of slow, but whatever. Always kind of much too. But maybe someone would like to hear this, and I don't want to read all this aloud. Well, let's just see if there's something exceptional. Windows domain is Active Directory domain service EDDS. It has all the objects. Oh. Is all this about? Sorry, I shouldn't complain. I should be happy that I already know stuff. Users are one of the objects known as security principals, meaning that they can be authenticated by the domain and be assigned privileges of resources. There are two types of users: people and services. And a service can be IIS or SQL. Machines are another type of accounts. They are also considered security principals. They'll probably have this as a question, right? And are assigned an account, just as any regular user. They are administrator of the assigned computers. And they're not supposed to be used, of course. But if you have the password, you can log in. That's kind of odd, really. Machine account passwords are automatically rotated out and are generally comprised of 120 random characters. And that's, I heard that they're kind of uncrackable because of that. Identifying machine accounts quite easy. So DC1 has account DC$01. Security groups. Should I make some notes? Because some of these things could be good to have on paper, so to speak. Like, that is 120 random characters. And then, I don't know. Let's just continue. Security groups. They are also security principal. They can have privileges. Both users and machines can be members. And groups can be members. Maybe this is the best way to read, to pick out what's actually important, because it's lots of surrounding stuff. Okay, so here are the most important groups in the domain. I guess that something in the documentation might be interesting. But this is just the basics too. Right. Here's the list of groups. But if we need them, we can Google. Let's not spend more time there. We're in the machine, so I'll just click anything there so it doesn't fall asleep. I'm just clicking at nothing. And should we switch to the machine? And of course the start menu looks exactly like this. Not. If I click it, this is what it looks like. But we have shortcuts there too. Should we click it? I've never seen this before. No, it was actually not yesterday. So, this will open up a window. There's an OO called DHM. IT management, marketing. Oh right, this image, we don't need to switch. It's here. Marketing management IT. Create a new OO called students. Let's do it then. Students, they want it right. Protect container from accidental deletion. That kind of says everything about how careful people are with their servers. If you open any of the users they contain, you probably noticed already that there are other default containers apart from the THMOU. Yeah, we have computers. And they're listed. Is the text big enough? I'm not sure it's much bigger. We can do this. Oh, it's our handy for playing policies. Using groups which include specific configuration and retain sets of users depending on their particular role in the enterprise. Grant permissions on resources. I guess I will have to type because I don't want to. I feel I always stumble over the keys and put them all in the wrong order. What would it be? Name. Tom. PC. And then it was $1 at the end, right? So just $1, nothing else. Then just yay, I found the key. Suppose our company creates a new department for quality assurance. What type of containers should we use to group all quality assurance users? I have a message. Okay, what could that be? I'm not typing organizational unit. Am I? I guess I am. I'm curious what the message was. I have to make a schedule for my kid later, I think. Today it's the 4th, so I'll make this whole month, I think, on a paper. Your first task as a new domain administrator is to check the existing ADUs and users. As some recent changes have happened to the business. And I'm not even listening to what I'm reading. That's why I'm reading it all. Okay. So we're going to remake it to match this. So will it tell us what we should do, or should we just do it? We have marketing, we have IT, we have sales and management. There's no research and development. Budget cuts. So if we go to this one, and let's look at the research and development, we have Bob over here. Poor Bob. So we're supposed to delete it, and it's supposed to give us an error. Yeah. It's been protected from accidental deletion. And that's what I noticed when we made the new one. By default, those are protected against the accidental deletions. Deleted, you have to go to advanced features and remove it. The check mark. I don't think this existed before. So this is very good to refresh everything. So, but it's also logical. Oops. My god. I'm assuming that I will have to click several times, you know. So we'll have to first do view advanced features. And oh my. Now you're on that screen. This will show some additional containers, enable, disable. So let's right click now and remove the protection. I don't think we should do anything more there. So we did that. Be sure to uncheck the bugs and try deleting again. Let's just do that at once then. Bright light. So let's delete it. Contains other objects. Do you want to delete all of them? Let's see if it says anything. Yeah. So 1713. I'm going to go check on my kids quickly soon. After deleting the extra OU, you should notice. I'm so used to saying this in Swedish. OU. So I have to like stop myself. OU. OU is much quicker, I think. OU. You should notice that for some of these departments, the users in the AD don't match the ones in our organizational chart. Create and delete users to match them. Okay, so let's look here. Let's go back here and let's look, because let's see, management, we have Daniel, so the boss is still there. In IT, we have Claire, Mary, and Philip, that's still there. So marketing has Mark, it's still there. In sales, we have changes, and then of course students, we just added it. So in sales, there's Sophie and Thomas. So Thomas and Sophie are there, but we don't have Christine or Robert. So let's delete them. To me, it's like, oh my god, deleting accounts. Okay, let's delete them. Let's switch ears, cause I didn't get any warning of battery or anything. It just felt like a long time in that ear. 4 hours. Yeah, so it's 4 hours already. Time just flies by, yeah. So let's. I think we have it down now, and I clicked it by mistake when I was going to just make sure that this was active window. So delegations. Delegation. One of the nice things you can do in AD is to give specific users certain control over some OUs. This process is known as delegation and allows you to grant users specific privileges to perform advanced tasks on OU without needing the administrator to step in. One of the most common use cases for this is granting IT support privileges to reset other low privilege users' passwords. According to our organizational chart, Philips is in charge of IT support, so we probably want to delegate control of resetting passwords over the sales, marketing, and management OUs to him. For this example, we will delegate control over the sales OU to Philip. Okay, so let's have that up so we can see it. To delegate control over an OU, you can right-click and select Delegate Control. So, this should open up a new window where you will first be asked for the user, so whom you want to delegate control. To avoid mistyping usernames, write Philip and click Check Names button. Because no one who's ever set a file permission in Windows will never have seen this, right? I think it's the same there, isn't it? Click OK. And on the next step. It's good that it's detailed. It's good. Delegate. Click next a couple of times, and now Philip should be able to reset password for any user in the sales department. While you'd probably want to repeat these steps to delegate password reset for marketing and management, we will leave it here for this task. Thank you. So let's right click here and delegate. And what on earth, Philip, right? Wizard for it. So Philip. Philip. So this is too tiny. PHILLIP. I think I missed one L, but I couldn't see because it's so tiny. It found it. Okay. So we're supposed to log in as him next. Yeah. So just checking time on the box. We have been 29 minutes. Or the room. So let's next. Read. I don't think we needed any more permissions than the password reset, right, for him. So, because if we do too little, and we log in as him, we can keep this one up, of course. We can just now we'll remember this one, right? No, because this is the old thing. So let's instead copy this. There. There's probably some very good way that I don't think of right now to delete all that. I usually think I just do arrow down, but it didn't work. So let's see now. His password is Claire. Claire AIRE 2008, and he's Philip. It will complain again, I guess. I guess I shouldn't use a THM here. Or maybe we want it. Let's see what it says. Yeah, it's incorrect. Try again. Then we got this. So oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. I can't type the character. I've got English keyboard. Let's just redo this. Shouldn't have deleted the character. So if we just go up here and we type THM like I did last time. There, and then we have Claire 2008. Maybe it's that I need an escape the, yeah. Let's, sorry for wasting your time, but let's start with this, and then, or maybe if we do this, let's try this. Yeah, so now we got there without typing problems. Good. Well, you may be tempted to go Active Directory users. Oh, right, we haven't read before here. Now, let's use Philip's account to try and reset Sophie's password. Here are Philip's credentials for you to log into RDP. And we logged in. Well, you may be tempted to go to Active Directory users and computers to try and test Philip's new powers. He doesn't really have the privileges to open it, so you can have, so you'll have to use other methods to do password reset. I should sit up straight and not fall asleep in the chair. In this case, we will be using PowerShell to do so. Now, this is more interesting. So you're on this screen, and I am too. So let's see what they want us to do. They're just showing this. They won't say anything more, right? So so we're going to do Sophie next too. So let's switch, and if we just do PowerShell and spell it wrong, we have so set a account. No. This is the problem. Okay, why is it taking so long? Okay, it just was very slow. So I tried typing more. AD account password. Let's type slowly. Sophie reset new password read host, and it seems to be correct so far. AS secure string, a secure string. You know, I just did this to do stuff on a CTF box. Prompt new password, and they use, let's use the same quotes. Variables. Did I type that correctly? I think so. A secure string. Seriously. That's just minimizing. So maybe, can we like drag in this corner? No. So it's just this like locked size. Okay. Let's go to properties and change the damn font. If that's 14, we need 24 at least. Cause it's not nice. It's so... Why is it so tiny? This font we can read, right? Now we can read. Okay. I had a typo. And we're being asked for the new password. Do they want something special? So I'm just thinking they didn't suggest a password, so I'm guessing anything is okay. I did QWERTY. Yeah, that was my thought, that maybe we need a better one. So I'll have to scroll. So let's do password 1 2 3 exclamation mark. Isn't that the very good one? Oh, I didn't do a big P. We'll see if it's good enough. Yeah, we were approved. So since we wouldn't want Sophie to keep on using the password we know, we're going to force a password reset on the next one. So again, we have to type very... I hate this. Will this work better? So set, yeah, it must have been very big there. Set 80 user, change password at logon. And I remember them being so happy about being so logical. But I don't think a lot of people love the length of the commands that they made. So it should be done. So log into Sophie's account with your new password and retrieve a flag from Sophie's desktop. It says. So we're supposed to log in as her now. And the question is, of course, do we remember the password? Wait a sec here. Do we still have it? No. So let me steal that line and paste it, and then added password 123, I think, exclamation mark. Right, and we need to escape that. So this is supposed to be Sophie now. Sophie, which is kind of what my name is. Though Swedish, Sofia. Yes, SSL not Lobos server. Okay. Oh, and it asks for the new password. So, password. New password. I expect us not to have to use it, right? Oh my god, I have to type the same thing again. This is why it complained, because I haven't closed down the others. We're supposed to look at the flag. Thanks for contacting support. And there. The process of granting privileges to a user over some OU and other AD object is called. Well, I've only done it lots of times. What it's called? What? Delegation? Is that what they were after? Okay, it wants me to switch airs, so I'll have to plug in this to charging. This is also low battery. I think these both go on at the same time. So I need some kind of charging cable. Well, not now. Let's see here. We have this one. It's charged now. Battery full. Hello, Bluetooth connected, battery full. So yeah, it says that's kind of cute. So by default, accidental deletion. What was the actual question? To user. Okay, yeah. Managing computers. Should we save these? Let's. I've added an 80-bit there, but I'm not sure I even added any commands or anything. PowerShell admin. So this is not anything special, it's just normal administration. Oh, let's just get the command. Oh. No, I should have put it to several lines and made it PowerShell. So let's undo. Oh, I'm caps. So, set user's password and force reset at logon. So, normal admin stuff in PowerShell. Let's see, how much is this? I'm thinking I've got a bit of a headache and I streamed for almost 11 hours yesterday. So I'm going to do a short one this time and just finish this, which might take an hour more, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long it'll be. Right, also, I have Gar's Discord event and I want to start on that box, so maybe we should just swap. Right, I started Discord. I'm just looking at my Discord. And let's go to Gars. And see here. What people have done. Ooh. Ah, I missed the stream. Too bad. Well, it's too late now. Well, that's what happens when you're streaming, you know. You can't watch streams at the same time. But let's just prepare for in an hour or whatever to... Well, let's have a muted tab here. There. Why do they auto start these? So we can see later. Visual Studio. So I usually also, start people's streams to support, but Garv is not still on. That's good to know. So we have just been 20 minutes on this one, so maybe we'll see how long this one takes, because I'm assuming it's not very much. Maybe I should have just stopped the other one first. So well, we need the user account again. Then we'll have to reset the password again, because I'm logging out from the user now, I'm thinking. And also I was going to check the actual event start time here. It's 20:30, so it's 17, 18, 19, 20. 3 hours. And I want at least a bit of a break. And I need to make like dinner for my kids. I'm actually thinking that I'll continue with these tomorrow. And that I'm going to start with the box. And that's opacity. So I have a little pre-check on what it is, and this will be remembered by the dashboard, so we can just search. So let's do that. So it'll be a THM box instead of the learning room. So since I'm so new at this, I need a bit of a head start, and I want a break too. So how many hours can you have something on? It doesn't matter much, because you can just restart it, right? And my recent experience tells me that you never run the time. Mostly you just is it who has been first on this one? No, it's no one I heard of. All the other ones we looked at was the same person. So let's join this. Opacity is a boot to root made for pen testers and cybersecurity enthusiasts. Okay. So right, we have another machine started. Do we? Let's just close all these things. So I'm exiting the tabs, boarding the there. Oh, I have eaten stuff, but I haven't eaten like, I don't know, maybe not the right type of food. Anyway, it's mostly my throat hurting. The reason I want something to eat. I'm actually going to, let's see here. So now we have this instead. I'll continue with the 81. But not now. So I have to start before Guard, cause otherwise he's so quick, and I want to see what he does and learn from it. So that I don't want to be all tangled up in not understanding even the start of it. So if I'm supposed to get any help from what he does, I need to have at least gotten stuck, if that's what it is. Opacity is an easy machine that can help you in the penetration testing learning process. Nice. There are 2 hash keys located on the machine. Okay, 2 hash keys. User local txt and root proof txt. Can you find them and become root? Hint, there are several ways to perform an action. Always analyze the behavior of the application. Yeah, so it's just a normal box, nothing special, so we just look at it. So okay, so this was not the full name. This is the name for the user one, and this is the name for the root one. Yeah.
Fixerbot says,
welcome in.
new follower Slick Pup Stream. Less than 3.
So let's look at this instead. So let's exit this one too, so we have fresh stuff. I don't think this one has anything there. There's always web stuff, right? Always. So we have an IP. We also need to start nodes for this one, so let's do that. Let's start opacity. Opacity, and we need opacity needs a what did I do? Open another one. I was actually usually aren't they at the top? Oh, I know what the problem is. I did note instead of folder, so I clicked the wrong place. So we need opacity to be a folder, not a file. Why would we need a file? So I was kind of surprised what happened there. So first we need info, and we have the IP here. That's the first info. Then we're going to do an nmap, and we're going to paste it here. So let's go and do the nmap, and I'm switching back to info there so I can see the IP. So 206, 202, 206, 202. Okay. Normal one first, then do the full one. So, what have you done today? What's fun? What's up? Oh, look. Oh. I have to look at what we had for information about this one. Was there no other information here? No? I'm thinking like it said Windows or but it says Ubuntu here too, and Linux, yeah. So I was kind of curious though. So we copy this, and before we go out of here, let's do it. There. So let's go to the notes and add the nmap one. So we have SSH2 there, and we have 80 so surprised. Now the other scan is done. And login PHP. Let's just save that it's PHP too. And then we have SMB. And we have some host script results. Security mode. I don't know about this, what this means. I need to learn more. Unknown. NetBIOS name opacity. Well, we can save this line, even though it's just the NetBIOS name. So that will break stuff in. So let's just paste this here, and we don't have to have all of this in here, right? So there, because that will break it, the formatting, and I think it's already kind of broken there. So let's compare and see if we found something more with the full scan. If we didn't, we don't have to change anything. So 45, it's just the same information, nothing, no more ports. So I'll actually keep that tab. Anyways, let's go to the web. We had port 80, HTTP. Do I have the IP in memory? No, because I copied all kinds of stuff. So let's just type it. 10.10 206 202, and we want HTTP. Proxy server is refusing connections because we didn't start burp. So let's do that. That's a good opportunity to eat some candy, because you should really go and make food. I shouldn't do this. Bad example for the kids, though they don't know, of course. There. So we have a login in PHP. So before we play with this, let's just start GoBuster. Cause I'm trying to learn FerrexBuster too, so we could do both. TXT PHP might be suitable. And 206, 202. Quite. Or you. No, it's T64. We'll see if that's okay. 64 threads. Log out, log in, index. So, hello, user, pass, is invalid login credentials. Let's look at the source. Oh, this light is starting to feel bright. And of course, I don't think there was anything different because this is the same thing, right? Let's just see if we have anything more before we look at burp. We have cloud. What is cloud? Oh, right. I made a file for things to follow. Oh my goodness. Bright light. No robots.txt. Cloud. File upload. Okay. External URL. Personal cloud storage. Upload image. Okay. After fighting with the upload vulns one, this kind of feels like, you know, can we just upload anything? So we're supposed to put a URL here. And then click upload image. Okay. Why so small? Nothing new here. Then we had port 139 and 445. And I don't really know how to start looking at that. But we can do that. Let's first just look at the server status. I would assume that this isn't much. It's too many things to look at. Was that it? Yeah, we don't have permission. I would assume that. But here we have this too. I have to make notes on this. SMB2 security mode. So since this is really the thing I feel is the most important for me to learn, I Control C instead of Control Shift C. So let's actually Google here. Now let's move this, by the way. And we are starting to get a few tabs. We're not closing up to 100, but okay, so people have searched for this, and I just wanted to look at what it is first, like, you know. And this is a Python. So, if we just imagine we never saw this and want to learn how to. So, if we do SMB enumeration sheet, maybe. So this is a checklist. Very nice. So, cause maybe that other thing works, but I want to learn as much as possible, and if I had not searched for that, I wouldn't have seen it. So, well, let's look at this first. So if we do netexec, no, not here, wrong tab. I want a new tab after this one. So netexec SMB and 10, 10, 206, 202, and we don't have the command on a Windows machine, but there's something like
Generalissimo
that,
for
right?
69 says.
Try crack
Yeah.
Mapexic. Same syntax.
Cause I just noticed that it says in Windows there. But I wanted, of course, for
NetExec is the newer version.
Yeah, but I probably need to install it, right? Because I need it anyway.
But
Is it available
CME,
as a
crack
package?
Mapexic still works
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've used it, but it was long ago. It was so long ago it's not in my history. I have to fix the history thing. That's oh, I almost don't dare to type
BRB.
anything.
Just
Okay.
got in.
Okay. Thank you, Generalissimo. So okay, let's try with the same commands. So we do SMB 10, 10, 206, 202. No, it's not even found either. Can I have not used it since I reinstalled then? Well, I guess that sounds very odd. Saying we won't scroll up to see that message. But this was kinda intense installation. And I removed the candy, and then I looked for the candy, but I'm starting to feel a bit sick from eating candy. It's not something I usually do. So let's eat some more candy, but I'm taking chocolate this time. Oh, you missed it. You missed that I did search for. I tried to run CME SMB and it didn't work. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I've made one of these for something. Okay. So this is the main one, and then I got the link for that one here, I think. Yeah. Is this really it? Because this is another name. No, I don't think so. Hmm? Or it's just a shortcut name? NXC, yeah. I'm just a bit amazed that I thought the things that I had in my history were more permanently there, you know. Let's see if I have like NetXXR. No, I don't think so. Not in text at least. I probably have screenshots. Alright, and we haven't made notes even for GoBuster. And I think I kind of realized why people like GoBuster, because it's stable and does the same thing all the time. Ferox Buster I had problems with, because it wasn't doing the same thing if you even gave it the same thing to do. And it also bugged out. Oh no, I'll probably get some weird output there. No, it was okay. So we found nothing more here. But we have this cloud one too, which is kind of cool. So it's like to just put these after here. These were the ones that were the most interesting. And then we also found
back.
Okay, hi. I found something that might be interesting too. Let's see, where is this? This one. So, but I want to know basic stuff about SMB, you know. So we could just make a no, let's just leave it in the info. There, because it's in the nmap right here. Why didn't I thought I'd copied everything. We could always try this, you know, because it doesn't matter if we find stuff. But I don't want to not explore SMB. So just want to make sure we have disclaimer reference. Okay, there's lots of information at the end. Well, I think we got a bit too much here. Everything isn't commented. So the lines have been broken is probably all of it. No, these lines are not broken, so I'm just checking if I download it as a file and paste it, does it have the same I guess it's calling it exploit.py, which is not very specific, so let's find some other name for it. There we have the name, by the way. Well, whatever. I mostly save it so that we will get coloring. And there might be a line break there. Looks like it, like several actually. No, maybe not. Yeah, I think it was. I would assume we get lots of errors when we run this. Because of lines, right? And maybe we should just Isn't this already there? Maybe we should just, just put this bit. And also, why do we have this here? Cause I think this was kinda mixed, this file. So this bit wouldn't care, because that's bash, and this just says exit vulnerable. So it can be there, but I don't think it's useful anyway. Let's look at this was not useful. So if I go back, and I want that, but I don't want only that. So what if we have like I'm switching between thinking I should look at this more and that I should actually get dinner and things for the kids now. So yeah, I think my headache needs a break from this, and to get some real food and to get the kids some real food. Anyone that have any quick suggestions? Maybe a good link for SMB knowledge or enumeration on Kali or Linux. Just normal stuff, I've seen people do it, but I'm thinking I would like to have like some kind of list, or I will just make something myself, but I haven't installed much things. And yeah, so let's see, I did open Twitch muted here to be able to see if anyone was online, because it's getting late. So just check all the list here. So what is, he's doing his presentation and she's doing programming. Is there any other people? No. Let's do Theo, okay? Because I need a break, and because I worked 4 hours, went up early with make breakfast for the kid, worked 4 hours, hurried home and made lunch, and then I ate while I was here, so I need a break. And yesterday was no break, so yeah, I was typing 2 more letters. Can I do it? There. So yeah, I better look at this stream too. Alright, really I should look at my stream. That's how I should do this. Let's learn how I should do now. Right. Oh no, I know why I shouldn't do that. Let's open cause of ads. So thank you very much for being here this stream, and thank you. And I'll be back tomorrow. You know.
Take care, smile, smile.
So I'm trying to learn how to do this in the nicest way, you know.
Christy says.
There I am.
Bye.
Translated from Haitian
Bye
Creole.
bye. Thank you, guys.
Sorry.
Sorry? For what?
Generalissimo for 69 says.
It's all your fault, Christy.
Christy says.
It's funny always when you
Less
read
than
and you
3.
get.
Drago18121996 says,
I find being stubborn romantic.
Scott